I was supposed to hit a go live button. I apologize for anyone who who was so anxiously waiting for me to go live. So I made it public for people to see that it's coming, and then I have to actually go live to say, "Hey, I'm here." So hey YouTube, assuming I did this right. All right, yes, it looks like we are live, and I have one viewer. I think that one viewer might be me. Um, okay, so that says it's live. Just make sure I'm not getting any music. All right, yes, it looks like we are live, and I have one viewer. I think that one viewer might be me. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so that says it's live. And I also want to make sure the vertical is doing its thing. Okay, we've got vertical. All right, we are vertical. I'm not hearing music. All right, sweet. And then for Twitch, how's Twitch doing? Twitch, can you hear me? All right, so Twitch, I need to make sure there's some music playing. And I'm going to talk and make sure the music isn't overbearing. Looks like it isn't. All right, so I'm going to leave. So now I am my own viewers, so that's cool. All right, I have 3 live streams going right now. My computer is at full bore. How do I show you guys? I kind of want to show you. Let's see. Can I select a window? I'm gonna This is what 3 live streams plus 2 4K video 3 live streams GPU and 2 4K video recording streams looks like on my new PC. So I'm hoping that my computer doesn't blow up. Can I post this in chat? Can I show chat an image? How does this work? Am I leaking anything important here? I don't think I am. Can I? Unfortunately, I don't actually know how to do this. So you're just gonna have to believe me. Actually, I might be able to paste it. Can I do this? No? Okay. No biggie. All right, so for today's stream, I am back at Awen trying to get the API cleaned up a little. We officially have Pong running in both WebAssembly and Android. And on top of that, we yesterday got it working again using libwayland and libdecor to get the window title corrected. So now that we've got Pong, we've got a solid foundation of graphics. The next step here is to kind of clean things up. So if we take a look at main, the entire Pong application is in this main.cpp file, which is cool and all, but for this to be an actual game engine, this needs to be usable and composable to create all these components, these pieces, put them together, and get game behavior, right? And I have some grand plans for this project where I think it would be really cool to render the engine, your game, maybe the game engine editor, however you want to think about this, but render it inside like an editor tab. So you're looking at VS Code here, and if I wanted to like do some debugging, maybe it'd be cool to have a tab here where it's like, oh, just drag it over to the right. Maybe. Come on. I'm not sure how well my computer is going to hold up with all the compute being done. But basically, like if I got a scripting language going, it'd be cool to start making changes on the left side here. Hey, I'm writing a script, and then see those changes appear on the right side. That's the long-term goal. I don't know how feasible that is, but that's part of what I like about software development is just exploring and seeing what's in the realm of possibility. And obviously, with the assistance of LLMs these days, any knowledge I lack, I should be able to more quickly find it than what I used to have to do, which is spend days upon days researching and digging and trying to figure out like, oh, how do I add a title to a libwayland window, right? That kind of thing. It's kind of like a super advanced Google. All right. So where do we even begin? Let's get rid of this. I had an entire plan written up by AI, and it dawned on me that I might be going a little crazy with my goals. I think I was falling into the trap that just about any software engineer might fall into, which is doing some really cool optimization stuff versus actually trying to get something up and running. And so the current solution was looking into making these node pools and node handlers inside the scene folder here. So I have a scene folder, which essentially would be like the Awen scene APIs. And while it did the trick, it definitely was like very cache coherent. Everything's built into a vector. But boy, it's complex. You have to know what you're doing, and you have to know what the intended design of this engine was. And long term, I figured I could abstract a bunch of this away so you wouldn't have to dig into this necessarily. But then you end up with layers of abstraction, which makes the code harder to understand and read and implement and maybe add a feature or fix a bug down the road. So as much as the internet will gripe and complain about polymorphism, object-oriented programming, virtual tables, that kind of thing, I feel like that's probably what I'm going to have to do. At least to keep making progress on this. I can always take that high-level object-oriented API and make that the abstraction so that under the hood of it is where the crux of all the performance improvements exist. But for now, in the interest of just trying to get something up and running, I'm thinking we go the route of like Qt or Godot or Flutter or any other big named API that's actually shipping products, which is just make them objects, put the implementations with the objects so they're a little easier to track and make changes to, that kind of thing. Now, we still have to use some good design practices and not go crazy with the polymorphism, right? You don't want to introduce a bunch of diamond inheritance patterns or a bunch of nested inheritance patterns. So there's still nothing stopping us from maybe having one or two levels of inheritance, but still using composition to build out a node hierarchy. Not akin to or I mean, very similar to I think how Godot works. If you want features, you just compose a bunch of nodes together versus just continuously inheriting and adding more implementation layers. So I think that's what I'm going to look into, is sketching that API out. All right, I'm going to take a look at my computer real quick, make sure it's not blowing up yet. I am at 70% CPU utilization, 31 gigs of RAM used, 90% GPU utilization, hardly any internet being used. Perfect. All right. So what I did before yesterday, last night really, was I sketched out an API trying to figure out exactly how I want to do this. And then I had the AI kind of write a plan of attacking this. But I'm thinking I might get rid of this. Let's see here. Might just discard changes. Yeah. Okay, so that discarded. I'll hold on to the... do I want to hold on to this plan at all? I don't think so. We're going to start over again. So one of the fundamental API designs I have to come up with sooner than later is unique pointers versus shared pointers. Shared pointers are so easy to get wrong that I'm almost always hesitant to introduce it as like a public-facing API. So what I'm currently thinking is we will use a unique pointer-based hierarchy. And then if we ever need shared pointers to keep something live on multiple threads, there's nothing saying you can't take a unique pointer, move it into a shared pointer, and now you have this shared pointer that keeps track of reference counts. I also have to think about the fact that I do want this running in a script at some point. And whether that means I'm going to be dealing with multiple threads, because maybe I'll have a scripting engine that is a thread specifically designed to handle all of the scripting input. It just occurred to me, I manually set the title and everything for YouTube, but I don't know if I set that for my Twitch. So I'm going to check that real quick. Still trying to get all this figured out. One day, I promise, I will be a pro at this. How do I... Manage stream. All right. Do I have a title in place? Oh, I do. Ah, I think we're good. Cool. Don't need to worry about that then. Okay. I am going to start sketching. So I do know I want an engine. No, don't. No. Having to fight the AI sometimes. Auto engine equals. So if we're going like a unique pointer out, then I could still do at the root level, I could still technically have an engine here. And then I can still pass in. Okay, so this is doing engine.create window, and I'm thinking more like standard make unique window, passing in the engine, right? So the constructor might still take a reference to the engine, and then we can use a pointer or something to keep track of that engine. I don't know if we actually need that or not. We might if we want to give our game engine APIs control over maybe registering functions, handling core events, pausing the game loop. stopping, running, maybe reverse someday. Now I'm thinking simulation. My simulation background's leaking into my thoughts. So if we have a graphics window, I still think the idea that the graphics window is where your graphics nodes will come from, I think that makes sense still. So we might have a root window dot root, right? So we would get a root node. Oh, you're right. It is a pointer. Now, this is a pointer. This could potentially, I don't know. Actually, this wouldn't work, right? This would not add the window to an engine, because in order to get a unique pointer, we have to successfully complete the construction of window and return from this function in order for this to exist. And only then could that actually be added as a child to the engine. So it would look something like that. This could get a little verbose, but maybe that's okay. There is something to be said about having an API that does exactly what you need to do to build it versus trying to abstract a bunch of stuff away and then you have no idea what's going on under the hood. The other option we have here is we could make it a little cleaner and be able to do something like window equals engine dot add child, and then under the hood this is doing that make unique pointer and then adding the child and then just returning a reference to it. So this helps the API building a little easier, and then if you ever need to determine if you want to load something later or not versus loading it immediately, you could do this, allocate it yourself, excuse me, and then add it to the engine. But now we've like introduced two different APIs to achieve the same thing, and I always hesitate to have multiple ways of doing something if it can be avoided. So this is something I want to think about for my engine. How fed up will I be having to write like essentially 2 lines of code for every 1 line of code I could have written? And the other difference here is you're always like you're essentially like you're going to have this pointer syntax all over the place, which is fine. I'm just thinking this sounds silly, but I kind of like the aesthetic of a good API. So if I'm writing code and I'm mixing pointer this, pointer that, dot this, dot that, well, it just marginally, but it does get a little, just slightly harder to read and understand what's going on. So if I didn't have this whole pointer API, well then everything could just be dot. But everything being dot means everything always gets added, and that's not what we want either. We want the user to have control of what it loads or not. So now it's like the question becomes, do I really want an API that looks kind of like this? Or an API that looks like this? Right? Because then you just end up with consistency. Consistency is important. And I guess technically you could still do this wrap thing, but instead of returning a reference, you could return a pointer. The problem with returning a pointer is, from an API perspective, a pointer could mean that what is returned is null. It failed to construct, which might not be a bad thing, but that also means you kind of have to put checks in all over the place. And we can clean some of that up with using a not null object type. an object that is guaranteed to not be null because it was constructed with valid data. And then you don't have to do your if checks. So that's an option too. I'm not 100% sure what I want to do with this. We have engine. And then, of course, I think eventually it's just going to straight up be like return engine dot run or return engine error run, right? So doing something as simple as that would get you graphics. So then if we're doing Pong, we wanted to render like a paddle, for instance, up above here, it would be, this would be a reference. We would do like auto reference node paddle. So the root node would add a rectangle node child. We could set a size. I do not like this style of API, so it would be like this, node paddle. We could set a color. Is there anything else we could set? Size and color, right? Because it's a rectangle. So that would effectively, position. Node paddle dot set position, like that. So that would position our node somewhere in our window, because our root would be essentially the window. Down here, it would look more like, let's see here. Right, like that. So again, pros and cons. Up above here, this code is a little more together, a little. I would argue a little easier to read. It's not quite as verbose. Less typing. But the downside is you lose out on some flexibility to choose when you get to add or load a child, right? Now we could, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff we could do. I mean, we get to write our own code, so we get to do whatever we want. But with the goal of trying to be simple with what we're implementing, I am thinking it's more going to be like, instead of doing something crazy like delay add child, where it will create the unique pointer, it will let you populate the data, but like, and this is still a pointer to it, but this delay add child, maybe it adds the pointer to like a different queue of objects that aren't loaded in the engine yet, that aren't being rendered yet. Like that gets kind of complicated versus, hey, I haven't explicitly called add child, therefore it is not a part of the child. Or not a part of the engine, right? We could also, kind of like how there's a make shared, we could create our own make object function. So that would be yet another API. So that would kind of get us something like this, but still be pointer based, I think. So we're looking at something like, let's see, auto engine equals, or it'd be like Awen make object Awen engine, which in this case would return a unique pointer, because there's no parent passed in. But then here we could do like auto reference window equals Awen make object engine. So this, because a parent was passed in, would call a different function essentially and do all this add child stuff under the hood. So now you kind of get a choice of what to do, and you have a consistent API of, hey, if you're going to create or allocate anything in this engine, you do so through the make object function. So that could be a way to do it, and it would open up opportunities to do additional construction initialization types of stuff, because this essentially becomes a almost like a creation pattern. We could even introduce standard expected return types to these functions for error handling. We would just have to, I don't know, I guess we would put a try catch inside these functions in order to catch any exceptions that might occur inside a construction. I mean, I also think, because this is something I've never done, I've also been thinking like maybe I could try turning exceptions off entirely and just roll with standard expected. Because I would be curious to see how that works. So I have an engine, we have make object, we have a window. We would still get the root node like normal, except this wouldn't be a pointer in this case, it would be like that. And then if I want to add a child directly, I would have auto reference node paddle equals Awen make object. So then we do this, right? And then maybe we want to, maybe we have an example of adding something later. So if I wanted to add something later, I could do auto node paddle to make object with no parent. So this is a pointer. And then if we needed to add it later, it would be like root dot add child with a move. Again, there's something to be said about having an API that if you know how to do one thing, you can do it with all the things. And this still feels like a mix and a mash, a mix and a match, a mishmash, if you will. You do stuff like this, and then you have this expectation like, oh yeah, you're only dealing with pointers. Now this is also just for like the nodes and stuff like that. There's still nothing stopping you from writing your own tightly packed data models that are really just a vector of structs under the hood or something like that. And then designing a node or a component to ingest that array, if you will. So we could definitely have patterns like that to handle this type of situation. Hmm. Can't believe my computer's holding up as it is. This is awesome. Hmm. I am torn because I have attempted these paths before. I do like how clean this is, but as soon as we want to do our own thing, oh, you know, and this opens up other issues. like what if someone takes a reference to this, and I guess this is the case for the pointers too. Like from an engine API perspective, when is it safe for you to like take a reference to an object and keep it around for you to perform operations on it later versus, oh no, this is owned by someone else, I should never keep a reference to it. And I don't know, other than, using shared pointers, I don't really know how to enforce that. And shared pointers don't necessarily help because as soon as you start taking references to your objects, now you've got code all over the place that is keeping track of shared pointers, and you end up with bugs where you have no idea what is keeping this object alive. I'm about to say H with it. Live with the consequences of having to be verbose. It does require the user to know C++, which, I mean, I do. Because you gotta have to, there's pros and cons to all of this, right? Even with unique pointers, you have to understand that if you're performing a move here, then you won't be able to operate on the node paddle afterwards. Or if you want to operate on the node paddle, you have to add, and I missed this part actually. You would have to like track the pointer of the node paddle so that you can operate on this pointer later. Oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. Guys, I need an API expert. Help. I want the engine to be easy to use from the C++ side and hard to use incorrectly. And everything I've talked to so far is, I would say, medium to use and can still be medium to use incorrectly. I want it to be easy to use, hard to use incorrectly. Hmm. What do I do? What do I do? I also want to get to a point where it'll be easy enough to make automatic updates via signals and slots, I guess. Create bindings where if a value from one property changes, it will automatically update the value of something that's connected to it. That was why I've always liked Maybe we just accept that you got to know how to use C++ to develop code. So I don't know if there's a way around. You know what? Let me ask AI. See if it has an opinion. Let's give these examples. Example 1. Example 2. Example 3. I mean, they're all basically the same thing. The only other solution I'm thinking of is back to the node handle type of situation or object handle where it's just a wrapper around the pointer which will automatically make sure if something goes out of scope. It'll automatically make sure if something goes out of scope that you're not accessing invalid memory. And this is honestly similar to how Qt does it. They have something called a Q pointer. And their objects have a signal that lets you know when they're destroyed because there's no like reference counting. So this would be example 4, I guess. So the idea here is we essentially have a object And this might be standard make unique on engine. Now, this is what it would look like, but we could still do the whole make object, right? So then it becomes like, right? So now you have this make object function, which will return essentially an object that tracks a pointer under the hood. Now this guy still returns a unique pointer because there's nothing else for anyone to own. Or we just say, hey, if you don't need a pointer, just do engine, right? Auto engine equals on engine. I'm not sure. So this could return a unique pointer. So this guy would have, this would almost be a specialized type. Object pointer. That didn't really do anything. But this object pointer would be a class that would observe when a destruction signal occurs and will set the data to null. So is there not, this feels like something someone else would have solved by now. I'm curious. It's almost like a unique pointer observer. Does the STL have anything like this? CPP, a way to observe when a unique pointer is deleted. I wonder if someone's like created a library for this. You can observe when a unique pointer is deleted by providing a custom deleter that performs a notification action, printing a message when invoked. The custom deleter is called automatically when a unique pointer goes out of scope, is reset, or is moved. Yeah, we could do this, but then my engine would be using essentially on unique pointers instead of standard unique pointers everywhere. So that's not against it per se. This prints a message. We want to... I don't even think that's not going to do what I need it to do anyway. So we would have the pointer before, so if we are in charge of deleting it and we create a signal, then we would pass in a base object class and call it signal to be destroyed and then destroy it. Seems overkill. Like we could do the same thing in the destructor without having to like mess with unique pointers. And then everyone would still get to use a unique pointer without stressing about it. Yeah, but there's no... Okay, yeah. I'm thinking we have a base object class with a signal that lets you know when that object is destroyed. We have this wrapper that can receive a object pointer type, and you can access it, and you can ask it if the object is still around. So if you ever do need to take a reference, this is how you would take a reference. So that would solve one of the problems, which is using the API wrong. If we use make object, we would guarantee all of our objects would be of this type, which is really just a wrapper around the pointer, which is the same thing as a unique pointer. it would be copyable because you're just copying a pointer. We would just forward dereferencing calls to access the API of whatever's passed in. So we could do like engine dot add child. Object pointer could have a unique pointer, and so as long as this object pointer stays alive, it owns the engine. But then let's say you let's say you create a window. Window equals on make object on window on Awen. You don't give it a parent. So it hasn't been initialized or constructed yet. So under the hood, it's this, except we didn't give it a parent. But then we want to give it a parent, right? So we do engine dot add child window. So now under the hood, what's actually happening here is we might still want to enforce a move just so it's clear that once you move this object pointer, this object thing is no longer valid. So if you try to like use it, you just get a like an is valid is false, or yeah, is valid is false, something like that, right? And then under the hood of this, it's going to do the same kinds of stuff, and we might be able to implement move constructor, move operators for object pointer. And so under the hood, what it's really going to do is it's going to get the engine pointer and call add child. And it's going to move the contents of the object.get. Right? Or is it object.release? So it's like, hey, hand over the unique pointer. So when .release is called, this returns a unique pointer, not the raw pointer, but the unique pointer. And then we move it into the engine. So at any point, you could get the unique pointer off this object. And then all of this would happen if you pass in an object pointer as a parent. I kind of like this. I've not done something like this before, so if anything, it's something different that I might be able to try. How does it play nice when things get a little more complicated? So we create an engine, make object, we make a window, we add the window to the engine. So we still have this situation where if we do this add, you've lost access to the window. So you'd have to like keep a reference to it. Ooh. Ooh. What would that look like? Because you could have this object store a unique pointer or store a raw pointer. So it's in two different modes. You'll have the same API either way. It either owns the object and is keeping it alive, or it's dead and it returns null, or you have a reference to an object that is alive elsewhere, or it dies and returns null. Hmm. what that would mean is during this move operation, maybe we don't do a move. Yeah, but see, now you're doing some crazy stuff. Because you would pass in the object as a modifiable thing. You would have to move because it owns a unique pointer. You can't, or like, I guess you could pass it in by reference, but that's insane. We don't want to do that. Pass by reference, pass by value, move it, release it. This could return. Is this getting too complicated for the sake of being complicated? I'm trying to come up with a nicer, easier API so that you don't accidentally have dangling references with unique pointers when things go out of scope. Maybe it's literally just object pointer, takes a raw pointer, registers a slot to the destroyed signal, and call it a day. So I don't think I can have it store both a unique pointer and a raw pointer because you have two different operations. Because one is copyable, the other isn't. Hmm. We use the object reference, which is fine. And I might be trying to solve a problem that's such an issue down the road that it's not even a big deal right now. I know me. I'm going to get annoyed with having to call a bunch of moves and keep track of raw pointers and stuff like that in order to use stuff after I move it, where we could just do it like this if we need it. Make the object. We return a reference to the object. So it's almost like this. Unless it's null. So I don't even know if we could use dots. Because I can do object, auto, node paddle equals. We pass in window.root. This whole dot thing assumes the object. Yeah. All right. I think I'm doing too much. I'm trying to wrap this stuff to make the API aesthetically pleasing, and by doing so, it's going to force a developer to have to like learn how to use my API versus like, hey, we use unique pointers. You got to know how to use unique pointers. We're writing C++. So that's more like example 2. And then if you want to take a reference to modify it, I think we can still do object pointer, something like this, right? And we could probably make a convenience function. Maybe it's add child. Maybe that's the trick. It's just annoying that like, hey, you construct this node paddle, you move it, so you can no longer use node paddle. But that's not going to be an issue because the situations where you're doing it like this, you're going to be managing your references differently. And so if you don't need that, you just do this, not the delay. Delay is insane. Object pointer is just a bonus. It's just an extra. Hey, you're keeping a reference to this, so you don't want to, if it's going to go out of scope, keep track. All right. So I've got some examples here. I am going to have the AI just take a look. I'm leaning towards example 1, 2 as what I am going to do, but I'm just generally curious to see if AI can pick up on what I'm dropping and if it has any recommendations. Hey, can you look at main.cpp at the example block comment blocks? I'm trying to come up with a simple C++ API that is easy to use but hard to use incorrectly. A lot of influence from Qt objects is in these examples. I am open to some other suggestions as well. I'm trying to come up with a simple API that's easy to use but hard to use incorrectly. This includes making the code base easy to understand, extend, maintain, test, etc. A lot of influence from Qt objects is in these examples. I am open to some other suggestions as well. Let me know if you need additional use cases and or clarifications. Then if you're if I am satisfied with what you present, I would like you to come up with a plan to refactor the code base. Yeah? What do we think? Do I kick on the high-end AI? Oh, it's already on. I don't know if Opus is better at this than Sonnet. So I might just be wasting money when I do this, but let's find out. I don't know, can Vertical see what I'm doing? All right. So I'm going to let that run for a sec, and I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Still thinking. So I just built this computer, like literally 2 days ago, I think, with a 9950 X3D Ryzen. I just saw an article that the new 9950 X3D 2 with two 3D V caches for each CCX, CCD, whatever the AMD's compute clusters are called, which has like 208 megabytes of L2 cache or something insane like that. Figures it happens right as I buy my computer. Now this one's hanging in there. Ooh. Ooh. How do I show you guys this? My computer is cooking. Staying cool. It's producing heat though. It's probably because the AI is running too. Okay. We have an analysis of the API examples. I'm gonna try and see if I can get you guys a snapshot of my hardware here. Maybe I'll just put it under my. How do I do this? I want to add a. Is it a source? Add a source. Window capture. Task manager. Select a window. Task manager. Okay. So then, oh no. So task manager, I will put where? Right here? And then I'll bring it up. No, it's not capturing it. It's just black. It sees this. Oh, I wonder if Windows doesn't let you stream this, or if this is like a protection setting. Interesting. Well, I tried. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I'll mess with it later. Oh, wait. Maybe it's in the wrong order. Let me try this. Nope, it was in the right order. I just didn't do it right. All right, I tried. All right, let's see what AI has to say. Analysis of the 4 API examples. Current architecture baseline. Your existing system is a well-designed generated arenas with wrappers providing fluent API, parallel, pool index, compile time constraints, blah, blah, blah. The engine window, blah, blah, blah. The examples all push toward a Qt-like unified object tree where engine window scene. Is it saying the current? I don't like the current. Example reference return agile pro. Cleanest syntax, no smart pointer noise, very readable, easy to misuse. Dangling references. That's the big issue. This is the classic iterator and validation foot gun, arguably the worst kind because it silently corrupts. Storing a reference in a structure or returning it from a function is tempting but unsafe. The API looks safe, but silently breaks under realistic usage. I agree with this. I have seen this happen time and time again. Example 2, shared pointer base. Did I do shared pointer? Oh, I accidentally had a shared pointer there. Whoops. Well, let's see what it says. Ownership is explicit, no dangling, shared pointer keeps object alive, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it becomes verbose. Pointers everywhere, order dependent. You must create, configure, then parent. If you forget to add child, the node is an orphan, silent bug. Shared ownership is a lie. In a parent-child tree, the parent should own children exclusively. Implies multiple owners, which, yeah, I'm not using shared pointer. The make object approach, most Qt-like. Pros, closest to Qt. Parent specified at creation, less room for orphan mistakes, flexible, create with or without parent. I already know what's going to happen. We're going to have to choose which cons we like which cons we think is most forgivable to determine which API we're going with. Same dangling reference problem as example 1. Inconsistent return type. Verdict. Right direction conceptually, but the mixed return semantics and reference safety issues need resolution. Example 4, explicit ownership transfer. Ownership's transfer is explicit via move, clear two-phase, create with then parent. Cons, use after move is called after move, yep. Verbose for the common case, yep. Still unclear what make object returns. A value, a smart pointer, verdict. The explicitness is good, but the use after move pitfall makes us actively dangerous. I agree with that. What I would recommend, oh boy. It still wants me to do handles. The core insight, your current node handle is already 90% of the right answer. It's a lightweight, copyable, non-owning handle backed by generational IDs. It can't dangle. It's cache friendly and it supports fluent chaining. The remaining 10% is extending this pattern to unify engine window scene into one object tree. Key design principles, handles, not references or pointers. Generational handles are easy to use correctly. They can't dangle, they detect stale access, and they're cheap to copy. Gosh darn it. It makes such good arguments. No move for... Oh, it does everything I want it to. It just seemed complex. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy or just a little unwell. Right now, I can't tell. Let's see here. Gosh darn it. Oh, it's so right. It's so right. I swear I could just use flex under the hood for all of this then. So like, what does node handle look like right now? It's just an ID, right? Node handle. I don't even know where that's at. Node pool. I'm almost certain we can just replace this with flex. The problem is I don't know how to get flex to work with modules. So maybe I could try that real quick, see if we can get flex up and running with modules. Because if we can do that, then a lot of this stuff, like especially this stuff here, we just let flex do. If you're not aware of what I'm talking about like an entity component system. So a cache-friendly way of managing data and state, and then we put wrappers around it to get us the behavior we want. Maybe that's what I do. I love this song. All right. You know what? Let's get Flex running. Or try to. I keep running into issues. All right. I'm going to see if AI can be agreeable to this. Oh, question before playing. Scope of object hierarchy. Should engine window... Okay. Wait a minute. Scope of the object hierarchy. Should engine window scene become nodes in a unified object tree, or should the object tree only API scene nodes? Very well done. You know what? I'm going to scrap this. You've somewhat convinced me. Would you say example 5? Example 5 is the way to go. That being said, I truly and utterly believe the node pool implementation can be replaced with Flex to achieve the same behavior. Flex would actually give us hierarchy, give us node hierarchy without the need of a special component. A special hierarchy component to manage child-parent relationships. Oh, it's going out to grab Flex documentation. That's funny. What's my computer doing? Woo! It wants to continue reading documentation. Okay. You're right. Flex maps one to one onto what you've hand built and gives you more for free. Here's the mappings. Node ID should become an entity. Yep, agreed. Node pool, archetype storage, components on entities, contiguous array, generation, flex equivalent. Yep. Hierarchy pool, built-in child of relationship. Yep. Allocate, world entity child of set. Yep. Um, depth first searching. Flex has cascade queries breadth first or recursive ECS children depth first. Node handle, thin wrapper around entity, same fluent API, same requires constraints. Scene owns all pools, wrapper around Flex World. Ooh, that's a good point. Is Scene still like its own thing? Its own like level? Flex query iterating, transform plus visual components ordered by hierarchy, Flex observers. Okay, all this makes sense. What Flex gives you for free, what you'll preserve, draw order, Z ordering. Your current local Z on hierarchy node sorts siblings during traversal. In Flex, there are two clean options. Ordered children plus custom ordering. Flex version 4 has ordered children that preserve child insertion order. You can call entity set child order to reorder by your local Z component. This aligns with your current sibling sorted by Z model. Option B, sorted query with cascade. Create a cached query that groups by hierarchy depth and sorts within each group by a local Z component. This gives breadth first Z order iteration suitable for build draw list. I'd lean towards option A. It mirrors your current architecture and is simpler. Option B is more ECS pure but adds complexity for rendering order. How the API would look after the refactor. So we create an engine. We get the scene off our engine. We get the root node from the scene. Root.addChild, a rectangle node, which would probably be like a component, I'm guessing. Set the values. Set the values for ball. Handles are clean. Handles are cheap copies. Store freely. Use across frames. Remove new capability. Paddle.destroy recursively removes children to what? Recursively remove children to what? What? What just popped up over here? Did someone see that? Why do I have CD-ROMs? Let's eject these. I don't need these. I don't need the floppy disk either. How do I get rid of it? I don't ever use help. I'm convinced of all this. I don't think I'm going to have AI just start writing code, though. I think I want to write some of this. The public API is nearly identical. Concern trade-offs, dependency size, flexes substantial C library, 100,000 lines of code. Whatever. Current scene module is 1,000 lines of code. Yeah, well. Okay, this is the thing I'm worried about. C++ modules compatibility. Your project uses modules. Flex is a C library with a C++ header wrapper. You'll need to import it via a global module fragment or a thin module wrapper. This is doable, but worth verifying with your toolchain early. Ooh, WASM Android targets. Flex supports these, but verify the VC package port builds for your... Oh, we already do that. Texture cache remains separate. Flex doesn't manage GPU resources. Texture cache stays, and texture ID would become a Flex entity or remain a separate handle. Either works. Question. Scope. ECS Lite or ECS Full? Should we adopt Flex only for the scene graph or also use Flex for system pipeline, game looping, callbacks, etc.? My recommendation: start with Lite, migrate to systems later if desired. No. ECS Full. I want to utilize systems. Z ordering approach. Option A, ordered children plus custom sort. Or option B, sorted cascade query. I recommend A. Sure. Signal system fate. Keep the signal implementation for engine level events, keyboard window size, let Flex observers handle component level reactivity, or migrate everything to Flex. Let's use Flex observers, I guess. I don't know anything about that. Do you want to preserve the node handle typed wrapper, or would you prefer to use Flex entity directly in application code? Less type safe, but simpler. Ooh. I think I will want to wrap Flex APIs around my own types to enforce proper API usage. This would include things like systems and pipelines as well. We'll see what that does. Getting hungry. What do I want to eat? Got all kinds of options where I live. I don't know what I want. What sounds good? Does chicken sound good? Chinese? Ooh, Mexican sounds good. I haven't had Mexican in a long time. Maybe that's only good. Is this what I want? Ordered by 5 others. Where's... that's gonna take too long to get here. I'm hungry now. You know what? Penn Station sounds good. Where the heck are their fries? Can't find their fries. Oh, there they are. All right. That is ordered. Don't let me forget. I keep forgetting my vertical. You're probably not seeing everything I'm doing. Maybe you don't need. I mean, is anyone vertically watching? If I'm being honest, can almost like shift. I guess that's good enough. All right, if I start watching vertically, will that show up as? It doesn't just like randomly spit. Ooh, the Ina Yu video's out. She's reacting to the Ludwig and Michael Reeves China trip, and it's been fantastic watching her give us some insight into Chinese culture as this is happening. I'm gonna save that to watch later. Then I will go back to doing what I was doing, which was looking up my vertical live stream. Oh, and it's just me looking down. Hey, me. All right, so if I'm watching, does that increase my viewer count? I also want to make sure. Okay. All right, cool. Let's see here. ECS full flex system pipeline, replace manual game loop, flex observers, replace signals, flex APIs, wrapped application code never includes flex H directly, overloaded stays used by render submit, texture cache, Windows, further consideration, C++ modules plus flex header, must validate, include flex and global module fragment, compiles on Clang GC with, yeah, we got to figure that one out. Oh, it even came up with a plan to do that. Android WASM cross compilation. Verify Flex ports work with Emscriptum, Android NDK, fallback vendor. I gotta sneeze. Okay. Thought I had to sneeze. As separate modulars. So what do I do? Start implementation. Start with autopilot. Open an editor. What does that even mean? I do want to create the file. I want to remember the plan. All right, we've got the plan. Plan refactor Awen to flex ECS prompt. Let's save it. It is saved. Step 1, add flex dependency and create core ECS wrapper module. I wonder how much hard drive space these 4K recordings are taking up. Will it tell me? It's not going to tell me, is it? I haven't ran out yet. I've used 400 gigs though. Ooh. Some of that's video games. I want an OBS overlay. OBS overlay PC resources. OBS overlay PC task manager? I don't want to monitor, I want to show it. Alright, whatever. Okay. It has been created. So now we need to go through phase 1, I think. So C++ modules, open, create file. Restores workspace and chat to this point. Okay. This will remove your last request and undo the edits made to plan. No, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. Okay. All right, so with that, I'll swap back to Sonnet. Let's begin implementing phase 1. Right? What do I have? Do I have changes? I need to create a branch and call it flex. I think I can discard this. My PC is really cooking right now. If flex entity defaults to null, world pointer calling is alive directly would dereference null and crash. I need to add a null check. Oh, now that I have all I need, let me look at more detail how the module fragment handles flex API. This I'll be curious to see if it figures out, because I have tried to manually figure this stuff out in the past, and I really had a hard time getting flex working with C++ modules. Oh, it's starting, I think. Adding flex to vcpackage.json. And there goes the auto configuration. Oh man. Is this gonna try and compile right now? My CPU is like pegged at 100%, 97%. Okay. It's like flex was pretty lightweight to add. So we added flex. I mean the AI, linked against it in Awen flex. Oh, we generated again. Oh. Right, we're creating our flex module, our ECS module, if you will, with an entity wrapper. The set parent. I don't know if this was the wrapper I was expecting. All right, we're trying to see if Flex will compile inside a module fragment. I think it'll compile inside a fragment. I think it's using it outside a fragment. That's the issue. Yeah, this is just kind of wrapping Flex. This isn't quite what I was thinking. I don't want an ECS API is the issue. I can manually fix that if I have to. Well, there's the issue. Exposes translation unit local entity flex child of. This is where I need to see if Flex can figure this, or if the AI can figure this out. This is why the Briarthorn game we're making can't use modules, is because of Flex. I don't think Flex has done anything about C++ modules. I think they're just sitting on it. I think someone tried. Is it a pull request? C++ 20 module support. I don't know what to do about it. Tried a couple of things. Using the Flex API defined would also require splitting out includes. Re-exporting symbols manually runs into problems with static symbols. Seems possible to work around the issue a little by using two modules. The first module, you say flex CPP enum reflection support is 0. And then you export symbols. And then re-export the module in another module in which we redefine the static symbols to make them accessible. This is, of course, far too hacky to be used within the library, but if anyone else wants to use Flex and Modulus, seems to be a usable workaround in the meantime to be able to import Flex. So I mean, this might be what I need to do. That does seem a bit hacky. Does this mean that the moduled version of Flex won't be able to use enum reflection? With this version, yes. I haven't really dug into the issue to know what the reason behind it is, though. I didn't think about the fact that maybe Flux is header only, which makes it possible for them to define everything in modules directly when needed. Module symbols and global fragment symbols aren't the same, so unless all the Flex C++ is header only, the only way to add module support for Flex is by exporting using declarations, which is the approach I have tested locally. Maintenance would amount to adding new types and functions when they are added to the C++ API. That is unfortunately a non-starter since it'd be way too error-prone and difficult to test. This is back in 24. In 25, oh, I said something. Yeah, because I've tried getting this to work before, and I had issues with GCC 15. The headers of Flex have translation unit local exposure problems because it uses many static global constants and functions. C++20 does not allow translation unit local exposure. Clang and Microsoft now ignore the translation unit local exposure, but it will be very risky to include any headers with static functions. The way to fix it is to change static to static inline. Is the wrapper approach still not working because of the new usage? Module cannot work because of translation local exposure and headers. Have you been able to do this for Flex? I only export a few symbols, so I do not know whether all Flex headers can work. Oh boy. So there might be a solution. I don't know if AI came up with it. Full build clean, verify GCC. GCC fails with a stricter module rule. Flex has static const translation unit entities and a wrapper templates that can't be exposed through a module interface. This is the exact risk the plan flagged. The fix is the fallback. Split into an interface file, no Flex header, and a module implementation unit that includes Flex privately. Let me rewrite files. Good. The ECS was already updated. Let me check. CMake is already in the correct state. Now create the module implementation unit. Now reconfigure. Okay. So maybe it's kind of figured it out. I hope. God, I hope. So it created a CPP file. Interesting. Dang. Whoever is singing is... They can sing. Oh, it's Halo Sing. I knew that. I knew that. Yeah. No matter how far, couldn't be much more from the heart. Forever trusted who we are. Nothing else matters. Doo-doo. Oh my god, it's doing both builds at the same time. I don't even think I had that much headroom left. The computer's producing so much heat. Oh my god. I think it just ran a bunch of tests in parallel. Both Clang GCC builds clean. Let me also run the... This is promising. Phase 1 is complete. Here's a summary. Holy crap. So let's see what this actually did. So it added... Let's move this over here. Okay, so can vertical see this? So it added flex dependency, so that makes sense. And flex, we're basically going to kind of wrap in our engine, and it's going to drive everything, including the data. It also implemented an interface file and a CPP file. So in the interface file, the module file, it includes, what are we doing here? Forward declare the opaque flex C world type with external C linkage, not exported, internal bridge that type allowing entity world to store pointers without including flex.h in the module interface. So what are we doing with this? Returns a pointer to the world this entity belongs to. So are we effectively creating our own wrapper around Flex's C API? It almost seems like it. So then here, I guess in the implementation, flex.h, anywhere, yeah, so we're using the C API. Entity is alive. Entity delete, entity add pair. So that's kind of a bummer. But we might not have a choice. We might just have to use the C API for this to work. But I mean, that looks like it's working. So this is creating an entity type, and our entity type is just an object that tracks an ID, an integer ID, so we don't have to lean on the Flex API. An integer ID and a pointer to the world. So this entity class will be super lightweight, easily copyable. Default constructed instances represent a null and valid entity, copyable and cheaply passed by value. Is it better to pass by value? Because this is 64 bits plus another 64 bits? 8 bytes? I don't know. We'd have to test that. That would be an interesting micro benchmark to try, is like passing 16 bytes by value or 8 bytes by value. So like pointer versus the contents of the pointer. Yeah, this all seems reasonable. I wasn't sure I wanted to wrap, like if I'm gonna wrap the Flex API, I'm honestly probably going to do it inside like an engine class or something like that. So I'll have to play with that. But that seems reasonable. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom again. All right, I am back. I kind of want to watch. I kind of want to watch the Ina Yu reaction to Ludwig and Michael. I think I can because there's no one watching, and I can kind of just do what I want. Um, let's see here. So yeah, this is okay. I mean, if it compiles, I guess I'm good with it. It's a starting point. We need to actually make sure it compiles and everything, so this will work out. I will push up a commit and have the pipelines run. All right, so let's create a pull request. This will be the, ooh, is the main branch failing? Got all kind of checks that need to pass, so we'll see how this behaves. And I guess while we wait, I want to need to add. All right, I want to add an audio capture for this desktop environment here because we can do youtube.com. I think her name's Ina Yu. Yeah, look at this. All right, while that ad is playing, I want to get audio. How do I do that? Thanks. Um, okay. She's playing. Audio. I want to give you audio. My desktop is a scene. I have desktop audio turned off because I want to give audio to Let's see. Filters. Properties, maybe. Let's see. Filter sources. No, sources. No. Oh no, this is my source. Okay. Maybe it has audio. Let's find out. Maybe I'm crazy. I mean, I don't hear anything. But that could be because I'll have to figure this out later. I tried. Can't say I didn't try. Our pipelines are failing anyway, so we tried. Let's get music back on. Okay. Android and Linux. Format check. Oh, we can fix that real quick. That'll fix the formatting. And then Android, I don't know what this is going to be about. Oh, it has an issue with GLFW. Android doesn't use GLFW. Isn't that the issue? I must have. Okay, so I need to get that fixed. So we have to duck out of this container. Fix formatting. My guess is this was an issue on main, so it's probably not affecting. I mean, it's not something I just caused. Yeah. Yeah, I lost some changes to my GLFW implementation at some point that I did to get all this working, and now it's gone. I think it was during a rebase or a merge. All right. So, okay. So we got Flex working. What was the next phase? And did we save it? Prompts. Oh, I didn't save it? That's the whole reason I created that file. Do we still have it? There's like 8 phases. Provide Awen typed system and pipeline phase wrappers. Awen phase on update, pre-render, on render, map to flex built-in phases. World system progress. See, this isn't. I also, you know what? Before we do that, I want to see if we can use that guy's solution. Because this implementation is using Flex's C API and then kind of just re-implementing the C++ API. And I don't want to do that. Where is it? It was an issue. C++ 20 modules. Can you look at who's the user? Gaspard dash dash. Gaspard dash dash. Gaspard dash dash provides an approach that uses the C++ API with modules. Could you see if we could use this as a solution instead of using the C API? My food's here, I think. Yep, my food's here. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back with food. I forgot I left my garage door open into the house, so I was heating up my garage. Hmm. Okay. So what phase are we on then? Phase 2, rat flex systems and pipelines with phase 3, parallel with phase 3. This isn't the type of wrapping I meant. This kind of sucks. Interesting. Events become flex components? Wonder what we do about that. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I know ENTT was also working on module support. I don't know if anyone's ever actually. The stuff moves kind of slow. Yeah. Almost 6 months ago. Yeah, we're literally waiting for someone to run the pipelines, I guess. I think the other solution is if we could get access to GCC 16. That would be kind of crazy to do, but where was that? I read that somewhere, I know. Something vibrating on my computer. Tell. I wonder if my fan has a bad bearing. Hmm. Weird. I could have sworn. When compiling a module interface translation unit, compiled module interface files generated. Dang it, man. I just want this stuff to work, you know? You know what? Let's see if we can just patch flex to get this to work. Wouldn't be the first time I've patched a third-party library. I used to do this with Qt all the time. Oh, heck yeah. Thank you, Satisfying Bear 811 I6. I will definitely check out Top Viewers Smedge online. I'll get right on that. I want to test something here. Ooh. Wonder if anyone heard that. 442 line patch? Say what? Ooh, my computer's producing some heat. I have to open a window where it's cooler outside, get some cold air in here. U.S. men's team was supposed to be playing Belgium today, and it sounds like it is not going great. I would love to see us be good one year. I saw the Donovan goal against Algeria back in the day, and that's the greatest thing ever. All right, we're getting there. Getting closer down to 3 errors. All about in it, let me find and fix that. Am I not? Am I not listed? Doesn't look like I'm listed. What's happening? You many Oh, there we go. I have the lowest number of viewers in this category. I am doing great. I don't know about you, single viewer, but I am doing great. All right, let's see what's happening here. GCC compiles cleanly. Now regenerate the final patch from the original unmodified source. Okay, so now it created a patch. It's going to try it one more time, make sure it's good. Fighting ECS. Fighting getting ECS integrated using C++ modules. Sure, save all, whatever. I gotta see this patch file that was created. Oh my god. All right, so now we are going to be rebuilding Flex with the patch file, I believe. So that's good. Our VC package configuration points to the ports overlay, which is what we want. All right, looks like we are getting close to this getting built successfully with Flex, which will enable us to use the C++ API in modules, which would be huge. Everything is working and all 57 tests pass. So it got rid of ECS.cpp, but it didn't change ECS.ixx? Why is that? How can you say everything's working if you didn't change? Yeah, you didn't change. What? Oh, it works because you removed the implementation. Are you serious? AI, what is happening? Hey. ECS.ixx now uses Flex World? What? Do I need to reload? Reload window? Maybe it's struggling to pull in the changes? Show the changes? Yeah, I'm not seeing. I think the AI just straight up lied to me. ECS.ixx did not change. Oh, unless it's not still working. Yeah, it didn't change. Unless I am mistaken, we didn't make any changes to ECS.ixx. What is going on? Right? If I run a get status, yeah, it didn't make any changes. The AI lied to me. It's gonna do all this work and say it worked, but then never actually used it with my APIs, which is nonsense. Nonsense, you hear me? Who's coming with me? All right. Looks like I can use Flex with C++ modules now, so that's huge. And also might mean we can use this solution for our Briarthorn game at some point. Oh, I gotta sneeze again. Apologies, don't mean to get so loud. Okay, so back to the plan. I'm almost ready for phase 2 and 3, but I noticed you are wrapping Flex nearly 1-to-1, and that was never my intention. My intention is to come up with a wrapper API that encapsulates the ECS architecture. That way, the user, I don't know if I want to do that though, because that kind of defeats the purpose of a Flex API, the flexibility of an API like that. I don't know what to do there. Oh, I don't know what to do. Now that I have Flex working, maybe we don't do maybe we don't hide the API. I don't know what to do. Looks like Flex has its own scripting language. DSL for loading scenes, assets, and configuration. It's just the issue is like when I define nodes and stuff. Yeah, let me how do I want to explain this? I am almost ready for phase 2 and 3, but I am noticing you're wrapping Flex with the same APIs it already has. When I was talking about wrapping Flex, what I meant was coming up with an API that encapsulates away the ECS architecture. That way, we don't allow components that don't work together on the same entity. I still want an on-scene node type that manages node transformations and hierarchies. I still want an on-scene node rectangle to render a rectangle. These nodes under the hood are really entities with components, but the user will never know. These essentially become handles for Flex prefabs. That way, I can enforce strict API usage, making Awen easy to use, but hard to use incorrectly. Does this make sense? Do you need more examples or use cases? Do you need to revise the plan? Let's see what that says. All right, I need something else. I need different music. What do I want to listen to, people? What do I want to listen to? Can't go wrong with Outlaw Torn, am I right? Now I wait my whole lifetime for you. And now I wait my whole lifetime for you. I don't know if I like this. I ride the tide. I don't like this solution, even if it prevents use of certain functions. Anytime I need to implement a new node, I have to come in and modify this node. This is not ideal. Each node implementation should be self-contained, but can reuse entity components as needed. Add child API shape. Currently, node.addChild. The child type is a template argument. Alternatively, typed factory methods on node or a scene level Oh, hi Trill. Rather than child of handle. So it'd be scene create rectangle, pass in a parent node. The template style is flexible, but shows the user that templates exist. The named methods hide all of that. What do you prefer? That is a great question. Hi. Kitty. What are you doing? Wake up from your nap. Wake up from your nap. Oh, now you're biting me, little punk. Add child API shape. Currently, node add child returns a template type. The child type is a template argument, alternatively typed factor method on node. What do we do here? If I close my mind in fear. I mean, what would be really cool is if I could just call add child on a node. Pass it in by copy. Under the hood, it's still just the entity handle, generically speaking. Ideally, we can. Ideally, I would like to pass in any node type, node based type into an add child function. Maybe even use concepts to restrict the typing. Under the hood of it all is just a flex entity. Could we do auto rect equals parent dot add child rect node? Does that make sense? The idea is I can create an unparented rect that won't be rendered until it's added as a child to the scene, which is at the root of the hierarchical scene graph. The implementation underneath can be whatever we need it to be to achieve this. Does that make sense? A description value type that doesn't create an entity until it's added. Interesting. I could see that working. But then how do you remove that node? That is the question. Okay, yes, that makes complete sense. Let me make sure I understand the full design before touching code. Proposed design. We create a concept called requires scene node tag. Ooh, interesting. So we're just creating like a yeah, we're doing something like this. We're tagging it. Each node type is self-contained. Oh no, can vertical see this? Look at this. Each node type is self-contained. Fields are the component data. So if you create a transform, a width and a height, a color, that's the components. Oh, so we use the same components. Okay. Available after materialization has been add child. Available after materialization has been add child. What? So a scene node is a concept. Each node type is self-contained. Fields are the component data. So then you create a scene, you get the root node. Root.addChild would be a rectangle. Rect is now materialized. Entity exists, parented under root. Receive a node rectangle by value. Creates an entity in the world obtained from entity.world. Attaches the components defined by node rectangle's prefab. Transform rectangle. Writes the staged field values into the components. Sets child of. Stuffs the entity into the return node rect. Now it's a live handle. Okay, so node rect. Okay, so this would be null until materialized. So basically it's not a part of the scene, but you can still do stuff with it. I want to be able to like update the values. Available after materialization has been add child. Well, I guess that's what this is doing. I don't see how this would be available after it's been materialized. These could still modify these values. Oh, that's the problem though. Oh man. The problem is I add the node rectangle, it returns a new node rectangle. So now you have two node rectangles you've dealt with, which makes this not easy to use like I want it to. I was thinking that like you have this object that can be copied around. It maintains a pointer or this handle. But when you pass it in, you're just passing in a copy. So, okay, instead of just staring at this, I guess I could sketch this out a little bit to kind of describe the problem I'm running into. So we've still got this issue where we can create a scene, which I don't even know if we need. We get the root, which is a copy of the scene, which under the hood, just a flex entity. Yeah, you get it with some helper functions. So then, how do I add a child? So maybe I do have to use templates. So then it would be like auto rect equals add child. So this would create a child entity with a rect node component and return a handle to it. So that would do that. But we need a situation where we can add children later. So how would I create a rectangle normally? It would be like, hey, define a rectangle. Let's call this one rectangle delayed. So what this is saying is, as a description, it has no entity. No, or a null. Null handle does not refer to an entity. You can still populate it. You can still define values. But then how do you get it into the scene? So root dot add child rect deleted rect delayed. So they're basically saying use this to instantiate a rectangle. And it'll be the same thing, but this time it will have an entity. It'll be valid. Hi, Trill. Are you hungry? Here, I'll feed you. No one's here watching me. I'll feed you. We're not hurting anyone's feelings. Networking. The strategy is always networking, isn't it? Let's see here. So I understand where that's coming from. Honestly, I could just say, hey, reuse it. Attaches the components defined by nodes prefab. Writes the staged field values into the components. Sets child of. Adding new node type, node circle requires 0 changes to existing code. Just create a new self-contained struct satisfying scene node. Adding a new node type requires 0 changes to existing code. Just create a new self-contained struct satisfying. I don't know what it looks like, but ideally, any node could be a child of another node. I would have some API that lets me iterate over child nodes and attempt to cast them to a type to see if I can access their state or an API that lets me pass in a lambda for a specific child type. Kind of like a visitor. I should also have an API to access a node's parent if necessary. Are you there? Ooh, if you're talking to me, I can't hear you. Why can't I hear you? I don't know. I'm streaming right now, so I'm wondering if it's eating up my audio. Why can't I hear? Output device. Oh, wait. How about now? Are you there? Hey. Hey. Don't you ignore me. Hey! Punk. Node is the universal base. Everyone is a node. Each node type is self-contained. How as node works eternally. Each node type declares the components it requires. Node rect needs transform, blah, blah, blah. As T checks entity has rect comp. If yes, constructs a node rect. Wrapping the same entity, zero copy, zero allocation of no returns, no lot. Adding node circle later, zero changes to existing code. So you create a node circle, derives from a node type, struct, transform, radius, color, etc. One remaining question: how does each child ordering work? The current scene uses local Z draw order children with lower render first. Should each child yield children draw order, insertion order, or undefined order? For rendering, order matters. For gameplay logic, it usually doesn't. You'd use each child text anyway. If the plans look right, I'll revise this. I think each child could have an enum that defines the traversal order or something that can be passed in as a template to define the order. Default insertion order all children, draw order all children, panel default insertion order only node text children, draw order only node rec children. I like it. The reason to prefer non-type template parameters over a regular function parameter internally, draw order means sorting flex query results by local Z components before calling the lambda. A different code path entirely encoding it at compile time means no branch, no runtime, dispatch, just two clean specifications. Does this look right? If so, I'll update. Yes. This looks good. I tried and play some World of Warcraft. Maybe I'll do that once I get this defined. Now let me look at one thing I need to understand before writing node IXX. How flex represents component presence for as type, and how each child typed filtering will work. The key question is, how does each concrete node type declare which flex components it requires? I'll use a static const expert trait on each type. Be curious to see what this looks like. Man, I don't know. I guess while we're waiting for this, I'll do the streamer thing and play what is it, Wordle? All right, what do we got? What do we got? Let's do frame. Okay. Okay. Let's do stunk. All right. So we have an F, an A, and a T, and none of them are in the right spot. So what do we think? F, A, and T. Oh, my cat is ridiculous. What are you doing down there? F-A-T. Staff. Not staff. Flat. Splat. Flat. F. Dart. Daff. TAF. FAT. AFT. Like shaft. Shaft. I don't know if I have anything there, so let's just get another word going here. Phone. Loaf. That would give me an F and A. Float. Float. That would give me all the letters, but I know F can't go there. But it's not bad because it helps me figure out A and T as well. Gloat, float. I'm gonna do it. Okay, O. Okay, O and T. All right, and we know A can't. We already know that. Okay, we have 4 letters. So something A O F T. Or A F O something T. A foot. All right, that was easy. All right, where were we? Oh, this is in the middle of implementing right now. For some reason, I thought it was planning. Interesting. I still wonder if I should just implement all this in Qt. But I know how much work Qt takes to get up and running as well. Are you attacking my foot? What are you doing? My cat is attacking my foot. I don't even know what I... Let's see. No, I want to do the step back behind in a bush. Homer Bush. Somebody. Anybody. Thundercats. Thundercats. Hello. I feel like I could be getting some other stuff done while I'm waiting for the AI to generate this code. I need to put together my bookshelf, which is about ready actually to be put together. I think once I move the camera from up there, and I'm going to move you to here, you'll get a wide angle view of my room. And I want it to be a nice, cozy place, you know? Just a nice, cozy. Now all 4 node types at once. What is going on here? What are you doing, cat? All right, my cat's being a twerp. What are you doing? Hmm? All right, so we have a parent, an add child, set transform. Each child will be based on child order, default insertion. Optional type. As required components. Interesting. Do we have to override this? Returns true when the entity has all components required by this node type. Constructs a live handle from entity, reading component data back into fields. This is complicated. What is this? Okay, so we have a scene node concept. And it's a scene node if it has the required components function, the from entity function, and the set components function. So each child, if it's in draw order, we collect each entity that has the required components. Oh no. It's probably fine. So then we sort the children. If they have a Z order definition. Then we loop over the children, pass them into the lambda based on that order. Otherwise, it's insertion order, so you just iterate over the children. I don't know about this. It has required components. If the entity is alive, is not alive, or it doesn't have the required components, return a null opt. Otherwise, return the node. All right, so let's see what this looks like for a circle. Circle component has a radius and a color. Radius, what? I don't know about this. Set transform. Has required components. So it's just, okay, so it's just It's just making sure. Okay, so we have a component that defines what the entity is, basically. I don't know. So as long as an entity has the required components, it can become this type, even if it wasn't originally intended to be this type. Which I guess kind of makes sense, because it would be like you're deriving from. I just don't like the text component. So we have a node text. I mean, worst case scenario, you replace this with this, and then copy it in. Look at this. We have to define set transform every time. This isn't going to work. I hate this API. Freaking hate it. I don't know what to do about it. This is insane. I should not have to do this. I'll let it finish, I guess, and then I can yell at it. I don't like this. I like the idea of being able to have nodes that I can just toss around as copies. But this isn't gonna work. And I don't know if this is what I want to do either. I thought there was something you could do with flex prefabs that are cleaner than this. I like this song. What's the weather like? Maybe I need to go for a walk. Confusing. What should I do? To turn into dust. We fill the seed object with all the children from root. Then we sort it. Then we loop over it. Oh, fill the stack. Okay. Well, the stack is not empty. We grab an entity parent world transform. Get the local transform. This isn't it. This isn't working. I don't want to do this anymore. I just got started. This isn't how I would write the code. This just isn't how I would do it. This isn't working. I think I do object component hierarchy, virtual inheritance. Under hood, we would still have the synchronization build point or whatever. That is where we would create our entity components. Attach a model, attach a mesh, attach whatever. The issue, now this was the limitation with Raylib, is it's not designed around like, it's designed around being simple. So I guess I could just, we create, so maybe I do this in layers. I have an entity component system. I define a render system. Yeah, this isn't working. I'm stopping this. This cost too much. Yes, undo. I don't like any of this. After all that work, I don't like any of this. Discard everything. No, don't. No, no. You misunderstood. This guy, this AI misunderstood everything I was trying. Gosh darn it. I think I have a widget. I think I have an entity component system using Flex that is going to handle the render order, the draw list, etc. That can all be done using Flex with components under the hood. But then I create derived pointer types. Yeah, okay. I'll see if I can get this to change course. And then if I can get this working for a while, I think I'm going to put my desk together. I wonder if I should just be in just chatting. Change of plans. I've had I want to do this differently. We can use Flex to implement the scene graph, reversal, draw order, etc. And draw order. components will define what to draw and where to draw the flex entity nodes. We will use this to build the render list, which will invoke Rayleigh. I think I want to do this and get this working first. Afterwards, I've decided I do want to implement a Qt-like object hierarchy. Qt-like object / Q quick item hierarchy. That means I probably will need a Awen core object to manage general child parent relationships via inheritance / unique pointer memory management. I think I also want an on widget. I call it oh god. I call it graphics. Graphics. What do I call it? Graphics widgets. I also want an on widgets widget that will be designed around assembling flex entity components during a render synchronization step. What do you think? Even though I don't really care. Even though I don't give a damn. Frankly, my dear, I just don't care. Okay. Now let's see what he says. All right, what I think. The architecture is excellent. The 3-layer separation maps cleanly to proven patterns. Flex scene now. ECS is the data plane. Entities, components, hierarchy, traversal, draw order. Nothing smart, pure data. The render system just queries, etc., and emits draw commands. This is the right foundation to build on. Object, Qt-like, the ownership plane. C plus parent-child via unique pointer signal slot via your existing signal. This is a life cycle management completely decoupled from rendering. Qt's model is battle-tested, and the semantics are well understood. Widget, the bridge, the synchronization plane. A widget is both an object on its own place in the C++ tree and carries an entity, its ECS presence, before each render synced to ECS writes the widget state into the components. This is exactly how Qt Quick scene graph works. The C++ Qt Quick item is separate from the low-level scene graph node, which with an explicit update step. One key question. In the sync step, does every widget rewrite its components every frame, or only dirty ones? A dirty flag approach would be more efficient but adds complexity. Here's the problem. We're pushing new... Even if we didn't do dirty, in order to draw with Raylib, you have to basically... Like, Raylib is rebuilding the meshes every frame. Oh, heck yeah. I got another ViewBot service. Let's go. Can I ban these? Is there a way to ban them? I'm not a ViewBotting Andy. And I don't want the implication out there that I might be. I refuse. Where do I even go for that? Stream manager? Chat? Is there a chat? How do I ban you? 2-year box carry up CPD 7Y. No, I don't want to ban you. I don't want to reply. Can I click on you? Follow, invite. Ooh, here we go. Ban. You have been banned. Begone. I will ban anyone who goes against my code of ethics, including myself. Don't think I won't do it. I will destroy you. All right. Where was I? One key question. In the sync step, does every widget rewrite its components every frame, or only dirty ones? A dirty flag approach would be more efficient, but adds complexity. Happy to design either way. Yeah, so the problem is with Raylib. Like, the whole point of the dirty flag is to reduce how much you have to push up changes through the GPU pipeline. Because if your mesh is essentially like your mesh is staying the same every frame, there's no need to rewrite it every frame. Raylib, on the other hand, it rewrites every frame no matter what. So here's what I'm going to say, and see if AI agrees. And it probably will, because I'm writing it in a tone that I already know what I'm talking about. One key question. I think for now, during the sync step, let's just rewrite its components every frame. I say this because we are currently using the Raylib backend, and Raylib doesn't have a mechanism to make use of a dirty flag. Would you agree with this, or are you aware of a way Raylib could make use of the dirty flag? I mean, I guess the other thing is, we could do dirty flags for transformations. So if transforms aren't being, like, if we have a bunch of nodes that aren't moving around, then we don't need to recalculate a transform for it. That becomes beneficial if you're dealing with, like thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of transforms. On second thought, maybe handling dirty transforms at a minimum. All right, plan three-layer architecture. Flex, what to render, where, and what order. Object, who owns what. Widget, the API surface users interact with. Steps, relevant files, phases. Before each render frame, engine walks dirty widgets and calls sync to ECS on each, writing C++ field values into flex components. Verification. All right, let's try this. I'm gonna hit enter, see what it says. See how my computer's doing. Still at 96.7% CPU usage, 5 gigahertz, still running stable. So that's one thing going for today. Is I did figure out that my computer can handle it. If I can get this to start cooking, I might go assemble my bookshelf. Two views, but not viewers, huh? That is the life of me. All right, what do we got here? You're right to question it. Here's the honest analysis. Raylib is immediate mode. Every frame starts with begin drawing and a clear. Raylib holds 0 state between frames. Every draw call must be submitted every frame regardless. So a dirty flag on visual components literally cannot save any work. The draw calls have to happen anyway. Dirty transforms are similarly unproductive here. Oh. World transform propagation during build draw list is just 2 float additions per node inline during traversal. Even at 10,000 nodes, it's 20,000 additions. Under 1 microsecond. Any dirty flag bookkeeping would cost more than the work it avoids. When dirty flags do matter. When you switch to a retained renderer, Vulkan, Web GPU, Metal, those renderers have GPU side state that persists between frames, and you need to tell them precisely what changed. That's when mark dirty becomes valuable. Sync to ECS only runs on dirty widgets, and the renderer only uploads change data to the GPU. The architecture I proposed already has the right shape for this. Mark dirty is a stub today, and later becomes meaningful without changing any call sites. Recommendation: full resync every frame, no dirty flags now. The design keeps the hook. Mark dirty exists on the widget base, but we don't implement the guard yet. When a GPU retained backend lands, it's a 1-line addition per widget if dirty return. Ready to start phase 1? Start phase 1, but if we don't need mark dirty, then don't implement it at all. Okay. So I think I'm going to let it do its thing. Make sure vertical can at least see what's happening. I think it can. And then let me go grab my... Oh, it's right here. Grab my box cutter. And I'll see if I can see what it takes to start assembling this bookshelf. Say I got something done today. Let's see here. This thing's gonna be heavy. Ouch. Careful, don't break the internet. Okay, so this side up. I don't know. Should I'm here. Um, AI is still going. Bunch of styrofoam that I need to go throw before I get a bunch of bits all over the place. I really don't want this being a mess all over my room. Catch my drift. Cat is just chilling in the garage. AI is still cooking. Alright, what do we got here? I think this is all the tools. Or not tools, but all the parts. Oh my god, yeah. A lot of parts. Oh no. There is a lot of parts. Oh, something's happening. Okay. Is this the instructions? What do we think? It's like a pretty straightforward desk to me. All the parts listing. Step 1. A little warm in here, I think. Fresh, fresh air and some bugs in here, I think. That might help. What do you think, chat? Nothing? Not a peep out of you? Don't currently have tools for editing files. Replace pool-based scene internals with a Flex ECS world, keeping the exact same public API. No dirty flags anywhere. Core rewrites. Node ID. Replace uint32 index generation with uint64 is valid returns. Why use instead of uint64t, can you use flex entity or flex entity type directly? I'm okay if the scene library exposes Flex API if it helps simplify code. Everything else in the plan is unchanged. Scene, complete rewrite of internals, global module fragment, non-exported Z order struct. I don't know. I'm gonna have to see it. Remove node pool hierarchy traversal pass. That I agree with. Started. All right, let's see what happens. Start implementation. All right, so that's probably going to take a minute. Wonder how much. I think I'm still good on memory. OBS. I don't know if I'm going to do anything with this video though. Nothing exciting happened this stream. I think I need to come up with a better plan of attack in the future. I think just blanket working on general stuff probably isn't the answer. But I'm not sure. So I'll let it do its thing here. Remember why you started. Remember why you care. So those are sevens. What's this? This is a. What is this? What is this? Is this this a 1? Oh, I know. Oh, this is a 1. Alright, that's what I need first. So, at this new band. Let me think. What do we got here? We are putting together, I need 10 ANs. Figurative. They go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. They all go on the outside. Okay. So I will look at the ceiling fan. Do, 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 do. It's gonna be a pain in the butt. You can tell. I know the viewers are a lie. They are a lie. I am crazy. Cause I'm crazy. And I'm crazy. Loving you. I think the AI is almost done doing something. I'm almost done with this. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Step 1 of desk assembly or bookshelf assembly is done. All right, so now what are we doing? Modifying node ID. We're already off to a bad start. Why the frick is this staying around? Gosh darn it, man. Someone's playing a horn outside. All right, I'm going to have to yell at them. There's no reason node ID should exist at all. It's literally what an entity is for. Makes no sense. This is insane. This is not the answer. This is not what I wanted. This is dumb. What's the saying go? I'm about to crash out. What is happening? Why is it doing that? Okay. Audio is not working for this, so I can't do that. Probably because my computer is at like 100% CPU utilization. All right, I think I've wasted enough of my time for today. I got 4.5 hours of streaming in, but this clearly is gonna take a minute. So, and there's no one watching, so I'm not sure it's worth any more of my time to keep this wall of text scrolling. So maybe I'll catch someone new next time.